Hello, hello, hello. It's a low key streaming day. Sometimes YouTube is weird when you're trying to get things all set up. Alright. So I think we more or less have all the things we want here. Ooh. One thing that we want to do. I'm going to change this to just gaming category. Then Hogwarts. Okay, streaming there. Hogwarts Legacy. Breaking news. Cat cam, because we got the cat cam. Okay. Awesome. So I was wanting to get caught up here on some things that I saw that was going on in the universe. There was some news A plane crash today. And the reason why it kind of caught everybody's attention was just the nature of it, you know. It's one of those things. So, the FAA has confirmed that a small Cessna plane has crashed in Virginia after flying low over Washington, D.C. And I want to make sure I got sound. Okay, I've got sound. Just in case we need it here. I'm not sure for all those alerts. Does it have sound with it? No, I don't think they do. But as you know, that as usual, it was one of those things where there was a sonic boom with it. Small plane which crashed in Virginia flew through a no-fly zone, coming close to the White House and the U.S. Capitol. Incapacitated pilot, not like a little sentence going through much damage to a stone tree like White House Capitol building. Hell, it might be about to skip right off it unless it was 500 jetted in kind. Appears it was the Cessna jet, not like a little 150, nor that bouncing off port, but they did let it fly through DC. Crashed from fuel starvation. It busted a hard U-turn over at NYC. Some were trying to say that it was possibly shot down, but if you go through this in person's, I don't know. For sure, we're sadly watching the aircraft about to be shot down. Our flow destination never descended Nordo and headed right toward DC. That was showing its flight path. News bed overflew. They're scribbling fighter jets out of Andrews AFB now, apparently. Looks like they're allowing the aircraft to fly unresponsive right over downtown DC. At this point, since they didn't down the aircraft before overflying DC, they will likely just let it crash once it is started with fuel. Here's time for the families of everyone on board, praying for a miracle. The aircraft is descending, accelerating, and engineering a shallow turn. Pretty sure aircraft is out of fuel, going down, not good. Aircraft just crashed near Funday. Shot down close to Staunton, VA. Not confirmed to be shot down and may have been started fuel, but they did scramble the fighter just to get eyes on it and follow it. It's a 500 citation 560 Encore registered to an owner in Hollywood, Florida. Someone posted the flight rate. I'm assuming it's going to be the flight radar for the jet itself. If this is the same one, it's interesting because it's normally not anywhere near that area. Let's see where it normally goes. You can play it. Come on. I understand. Is it plain or not? No, it's not in Florida. It never made it to Long Island though. So that's weird. Go back to Twitter. Flyers was placed on the air landing into my shortly really strange flight trap though. I'm not being able to hear the jets. Interesting find if the site is credible. Looks like the plane recently switched owners, but Rigo search feels like a official source. Anyone have thoughts on ways to verify if aircraft recently switched owners? It doesn't feel like a coincidence or accidents to me. Hmm. Something else said. Okay. A Cessna Citation crashed into a mountainous terrain in sparsely populated area of southwest Virginia around 3 p.m. local time on June 4th. The aircraft took off from Elizabeth Municipal Airport in Elizabeth, Tennessee, and was bound for Long Island Arthur Airport in New York. The FAA and two investigators will be charged with investigating provide further updates. Mm, mm. That's interesting. I don't know what website that is from. I don't even want to know. Ohio's trending. I don't want to know why. I hope it has something to do with like basketball or football. Plane crashes in West Virginia. There's not yet. Let's go to Fox News, the one that everyone hates because they fired Tucker Carlson. We do have something here. Loud explosion, sound in Washington, D.C. Metroplex area.
You've been in an accident, and now the insurance company is trying to bully you into taking their...
I don't want you. Mary. So loud. City Dallas Office of Emergency Management reported that the boom was in fact caused by an authorized DoD flight. The loud boom that was heard across the team area was caused by an authorized flight. The loud boom, blah blah blah. The company was from playing out of Joint Base Andrews, who did not we have confirmed that loud heard and Sonic. Proof of playing out of Joint Base Andrews. Around the same time, the military jet was supersonic. Another plane crashed in the mountains of Virginia, leading to some sort of connection. Reuters reported that the U.S. authorities scrambled jet fighters to pursue light aircraft that entered restricted airspace of the U.S. capital area that later crashed into the mountains in southwestern Virginia. Mm-hmm. Let's see if I get in trouble.
Saying that a Cessna Citation, that's a jet, crashed 300 feet below a mountain in Stanton, Virginia. That's 157 miles south of Washington. Officials not linking those two events publicly yet. Reports say that flight was between Elizabethton, Tennessee to Islip, MacArthur Airport in Islip, Long Island. FlightAware says the plane was supposed to land in Long Island at 4:19, was due to turn around about half an hour ago and fly down to Daytona Beach, Florida. We don't know if that is indeed the plane that crashed. Reports say the military jets escorted that plane at 30,000 feet. So John Scott joins us now, Fox News anchor, who's also a pilot. So John, if the military jets are indeed escorting a plane at 30,000, that's not a small propeller Cessna.
No.
It's 172. That would be a Citation private jet. Walk us through this. What you think may have happened. What are we dealing with?
Well, I already know something about what has happened, and all I can say, Eric, is that it's weird. This Cessna Citation 560, that is a significant business jet. You buy one today. They first flew in about 1987. You buy one today, it's going to cost you at least $1 million.
makes sense.
Could go $2.5, $3 million, depending on how much time is left on the engines. So this Cessna jet took off from Tennessee. Apparently, it belongs to some kind of a car dealership or perhaps an auto racing company. It took off from Tennessee. It was supposed to land at MacArthur Airport, which is on New York's Long Island, part of New York City. It actually flew past Long Island, then did a complete U-turn in the air, started heading back to the southwest, flew directly over Washington, D.C. I've seen the flight path of the jet. We're trying to get a map of it up on the screen, but it flew directly over Washington, D.C. So that's got to be what scrambled those fighter jets. And then while it was flying at about 34,000 feet, it started spiraling downward and crashed into the mountains there near Stanton. At one point, the average rate of descent was more than 28,000
I've just gotten my
feet per
live
minute.
stream restricted.
An
Wow.
unsurvivable
For what?
crash, obviously. This thing was basically going straight down. Was it out of fuel? Perhaps.
Makes
Was
no
the
sense.
pilot somehow incapacitated? Perhaps. The fact that they are not able to locate the crash site tells me, that they've not been able to thus far, at least, tells me that it probably was out of fuel, because if you've got fuel on board in any
What could
kind
I
of a
have
crash
possibly
like that,
done? This made
that
it
fuel is going
restricted.
to explode and set
So
off
dumb.
a significant fire or at least a smoke plume. The authorities, last we heard, had not been able to locate the crash site in a fairly wooded area there in Tennessee, or I'm sorry, in Virginia, near Stanton, Virginia. So that tells me that it probably was out of fuel. But again, we don't know.
Yeah, we're getting some information now, John, from NORAD confirming that the F-16s did not take down that plane. So it sounds as if it did run out of fuel. Let's just back up for a second, if you can, because remember the Payne Stewart crash, and this has happened occasionally. These private jets depressurize, they run out of oxygen. He's flying from Elizabethtown, Tennessee, supposed to land at Islip at 419, apparently doesn't. As you said, made a U-turn, is going back south. Could he have been trying to deal with whatever is in the cockpit, makes that turn, and then, potentially is unconscious, and then the plane just keeps on flying south, happens to fly right over the nation's capital and runs out of fuel and crashes?
It could be, Eric. That's why I say this is just a weird accident.
Yeah.
He or she, the pilot, overshot MacArthur Airport on Long Island, which was the intended destination. They flew another 50 miles beyond Long Island, and then made that U-turn in the air that I talked about. And then at 34,000 feet, flew right over the nation's capital. Now, let me explain what we're looking at here. This is an aviation map of the area around Washington, D.C. And if you see that blue circle that looks like a zipper, that large blue circle, that's the SFRA, the Special Flight Rules area around Washington, D.C. It was instituted in the months and years after 9/11. Any aircraft that's going to enter that blue zipper has to be in touch with authorities on the ground, and you have to have a discrete code that you're squawking. Now, there's sort of an inner circle also outlined in blue around Reagan Airport. Reagan Airport is the solid blue dot in the center of this map. Obviously, that's very close to the Capitol, the Pentagon, other sites that were attacked or potentially attacked on 9/11. So that center circle, you cannot fly in there under any circumstances unless you have, registered in advance, even if you're a pilot, given your fingerprints, and you have to be on what's called an instrument flight rules plan, meaning that, your movements are sort of controlled by the flight plan that you filed ahead of time. And if you deviate from that instrument flight plan, you're going to be in serious trouble. Now, this aircraft, I'm just guessing, did not have the special flight plan that it needed to have filed in order to cross over the airspace around our nation's capital. And that's why they scrambled those F-16s.
I've reported on those F-16s at Andrews at Joint Base Andrews, and they are basically what they call hot ready. They're plugged in, so to speak. The engine's warmed up. They're ready to take off at any moment.
Right.
On 9/11, it's the story of the heroism of the Air National Guard. One of the male pilot, 2 planes took off when they had the report of the flight that crashed in Pennsylvania. And in radio contact, the pilot told the female pilot who was flying, you take the tail, I'll take the cockpit. They were going to have a suicide mission and crash themselves into the flight that eventually crashed in Virginia. So our hats off to the military that protect our skies. Any sense, John, from you as a pilot of, why wouldn't, if the plane, the Citation, and it's not just a small private jet, it's a pretty hefty, medium-sized private jet. Why wouldn't potentially the pilot land sooner if he came into any trouble? If he is incapacitated, what would explain the U-turn?
It's a mystery to me. I can't explain any of it. To me, this is almost as mysterious. Here's the flight path of that aircraft. And you can see it took off. The lowest portion of the blue line is Blunteville, Tennessee. That's where the plane took off. It flew up toward New York's Long Island, and then it made that U-turn and went right over. If you look at the blue line, it went right over the nation's capital. And then that spot on the map that shows the yellow aircraft, that's approximately where it went down in the woods, in the mountains near Stanton, Virginia. It's at this moment, Eric, it's as weird to me as Malaysia 370. It's just a mystery what happened.
Yeah, and they haven't completely found what happened with Malaysia 370.
No, they haven't. And they haven't found much of the wreckage of that aircraft. But there are just so many questions here, and we might never get the answers because, if that plane went down as rapidly as it seems like it did, it's going to be tough to tell. It's going to be tough to piece this thing together.
Yeah, and they don't have flight data recorders, I think, as the larger airlines do.
Really?
Stay with us, John. We will have much more on this developing story. The strange flight of the Cessna Citation jet that we're told has crashed in Virginia after flying over our nation's capital and causing a bit of an alarm and scrambling of F-16s. Our Fox News Live coverage continues right after this.
So that's interesting.
Inside their campaigns, and who else could jump in?
Pop quiz. Did you know?
So that's kind of interesting. Now we have another depressing breaking news here again from Rawls Alert. Police have confirmed the shooting was an isolated incident with a targeted victim. One person has been found dead by law enforcement. Everyone in the mall has been evacuated. See if there's any other news out there related to it. Is that the same video we saw? I don't think so. There's someone saying, "Where's my mom?" Aw. That would be so. That would be super scary. That would be super scary to go through something like that. And I don't know whether people like this are brave for doing all this filming or they're stupid. Few people were just kind of like, oh. Oh, look at that. Olivia the tree kangaroo trying kiwi is way too adorable. Yes, she is. Oh. I've seen that one. Let's just have one. Alright, so that's all we got on that. Like, I am sorry, but I cannot get over the idea. Does he not look like he's wearing eyeliner? I think it's funny that he responded. It's probably like, dumbass, why do you think I think, personal opinion, I think it looks like he has eyeliner on myself. The senior said that boys are not girls who was barred from graduation is now also unable to be a firefighter in Idaho. I don't know. There could be something else going on that they're not letting him be a firefighter. Let's see. The student barred from his high school graduation ceremony after stating there were only two genders, said on Sunday in New York Fox defends the firefighter job offer has now been rescinded. Girls are girls and guys are guys. There is no in between. 18-year-old Travis Lord recalled saying. Lord made the Oscars comment at a high school assembly where senior at Idaho offered a piece of advice to younger students. More than 100 parents, students, and community members gathered Friday to protest the school students demanded pursuing graduation ceremony over the remark. I didn't direct it at any groups or anything like that. It was just something I chose to say in the moment. Adding that remark was met with an uproar of cheers. Lewis said that he had departed from his pre-approved march on Thursday assembly, spit a finger from the heart, according to the Idaho for the graduation. Bus driver Dakota Malu, who joined the protest on his own time, told the outlet he was fired for his participation. Lewis was not asked to apologize to the remark, nor would he have provided one if asked. But I said, I believe in it. I stand by it. I wasn't able to walk at graduation. My offer to work for the Forest Service was rescinded. Laura told campus Duffy he was slated to start work Sunday, but when he went in to complete the final paperwork, the boss informed him he was rescinding the offer. He described the job as fighting wildland forest fires. That's part of life as I own it, and I'm going to continue to go from here. I'm not going to dwell on it. I don't believe I would have been punished at all, personally, if I had said Black Lives Matter. This happened over what I said is just controversial. If people speak up like I did, it seems frowned upon. You can be punished for it, obviously, like I'm being punished. It's reassuring to know that I'm not alone and realize what I did wasn't wrong. Unacceptable. Idaho State Representative Heather Scott retweeted from describing Lowe's original statement as a scientific fact. Despite an early announcement from the district, graduation would be delayed over safety concerns. Kellogg High School held its ceremony Saturday morning. Kellogg School District Superintendent Lance Pearson asked parents and students to keep the time of the ceremony under wraps. Watch video from Idaho Tribune below. Kellogg High School Students Committee members protest the decision to ban Travis Lore from walking in the school's graduation ceremony. Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, I'm wondering though if you sue someone if they really don't necessarily have a valid reason for not letting you graduate just because you were like, I believe in only two genders. Okay. Alright, let's play some Hogwarts Legacy. It really should go without saying that I don't want to share that part. And see, there's something about the way my thing is just set up that it takes me a while to actually get it to where that does not show up. It's just super annoying. One thing that we may want to do is we may want to get Twitch pulled up. And see if a certain witch is broadcasting. Well, self-proclaimed witch.
Wow.
John is so beautiful.
Wow, that's so beautiful.
Wow.
So where do they come from?
John comes from.
Tell me about their backstory.
West Mississippi.
Wow.
He actually is the one that approached us to make this cake today.
Wow.
Oh, no. The witch is not live. That's a shame. We miss Anarchy Princess when she's not live. Ooh, message of the day. Let's see what the message of the day is. Oh, that's weird. It doesn't really... okay. Where did it... Oh, the Legacy... This whole Hogwarts Legacy soundtrack. Huh. Past the river.
Revelio.
I guess I don't have one of the do those keys. It's so funny. I had to actually take a picture of what it is that I have that makes it possible for you to solve this. Alright, so the creature on top right there. So it has like these horns. He is assigned a number value, and number value for him is 2. So you'd have to do 11. So let's see here. Let's take out our trusty 21 minus 11. Wait, no, wait. We want to... So 13 minus 11 is what I think we want to do. Wait a minute, so... It might be 8. Might be 8. Let's take a look here. Eight would be the spider. Okay, and so then we've got 2. But what creature is that? Do we have that creature? Yeah, we do. Okay, that's 5. And then the other creature on there, which I think is some kind of steam creature, is worth 9. So we have... Five, 9, which is going to be 14. So if you do 17 minus 14, we get 3, which is the 3-headed serpent. Alright, let's try it and see what that gets us. Where's the other one though?
Revelio.
There has to be 3 of them. And I don't know where the third, or that's where the second one is. Not 3, but the second one. Okay.
Now, is it 2 pinches of Angelica or 3?
Oh. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, we're not gonna open it if we don't figure out what the rest of that is. But I've only seen the one.
Revelio.
I think that might be something different. No? Okay. Alright. I think it's kind of weird that we had to go all the way upstairs, but okay. One thing that I want to do is I want to find these chests that have the eyeball. And I think let's go to Hogwarts to find them. Alright. Let's see where I am at in relation to everything. So let's see if there's one of these somewhere in the library annex. This map is hard to read sometimes. See, it tells me which is the grand staircase, which is the boathouse. But I can't figure out where exactly this is at on this map. And I've just never understood this map. Like, nothing is marked very well at all. I need to find something else to help me figure out where Map of eye chests. Alright, we've got something here. The first one can be found in the library. Analysts who want to fast travel to the library of Flame. After you spawn, go through the iron gates on the first level and take the stairs down. Eventually, you'll reach the eye chest next to a couple of bookshelves. See, I think I have figured out how it is that you get it to where the eye chest cannot see you. Oh, gosh. Dropping my shit all over the fucking place. Alright, and so let's go through the wrought iron doors. Go through the gates on the first level. Go through the gates on the first level. What? I think it means these. Pretty sure. Go through the gates of the first level, take the stairs down. Until you get what you want.
Revelio.
Pretty sure I'm seeing the gate. But how do I get down there? Okay.
Revelio.
Well, there's the eye chest. This is what I think I need to do. Let's try. The only one that I think that it can be is disillusionment.
Potato.
Yeah, see, I don't think it sees me. So, but I'm not getting. Okay. Now I'm totes confused. Because you obviously cannot see me. Okay. Let's see. How to. Another. Disillusionment. Okay. I believe that this is what I have. Is the disillusionment spell. Yeah. Here we go. Hey, I got 500 gold.
Revelio.
Really just wanted to know that it would work more than anything. But let's see where else it's going to tell me. Next one, you need to fast to the greenhouse. The library has to get this chest. Now that you are there, walk down the center path and walk down the stairs near the tree. This path will lead you right to the chest. Okay. Well, let's go to one more spot. Guess. Hey, my dad plays Hogwarts, and I've never seen him actually play. It was like, what is it all about? Well, I mean, basically, you're playing a wizard from Hogwarts, a student, a fifth year student, and there's this mystery that I don't entirely understand. For some reason, your character can see ancient magic that they're not allowed to see, and there's this
I've always said
character that's up to no good, and we're trying to find out exactly what they're up to. I don't really know that I've understood the whole plot, but it's a fun game. Ooh, I didn't see this. We can't unlock it? That's odd. Okay. Let's see. Now that you're there, walk down the center path.
Revelio.
Do they mean this center path?
Revelio. Confringo.
Wait.
Defender. Confringo.
Hmm. Why aren't they letting me?
Defender. Incendio.
This is weird. Wonder why I can't unlock it.
Revelio.
I don't even know how to find my way out of here.
Revelio. Alohomora.
Alright. What we're gonna do here is we are going to change the difficulty so that I can solve that automatically. I'm gonna get back to the chest here. I'm not understanding. You need to fast travel to greenhouses at a library and to get this chest. Now that you're there, walk down the center path and walk down the stairs near the trees. I felt like there was a lot of... I don't know. Sometimes I find instructions confusing. I'm just not... My brain doesn't always catch on to these type of things as easily as what everybody else does. So we'll get that to the eye chest in a minute here.
Alohomora. Confringo. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Depulso. Incendio. Confringo.
Okay. So it's not gonna let me do it.
Depulso.
Okay. Let's try that one. What?
Confringo. Incendio.
So what are we doing wrong? I didn't think it was Leviosa that I've been using, but maybe it has.
Levioso.
Huh. See? I'm smart. I can remember things. Okay, so let's go back out here. We need to get, I think, right outside. You fast to the greenhouse at the library and suggest now that you're there, walk down the center path. The issue becomes is what fucking center path are you talking about? Because I tried walking down some center paths and I had buckets. So
Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
okay. Well, we're gonna try this again. But I'm gonna find a different. See if there's a different map here. It gives me more details. Okay, take the greenhouse loop lane, then turn left. Run forward until you reach the tree and then go down the stairs. The eye chest is tucked away below. So when we're talking left, are we talking going here?
Revelio.
Well, we did find one. That's not quite the one I wanted. Hey, so I think it met these stairs here. I bet I'm on the right spot. Yep, here we go. Hey, we got another 500 bucks.
Revelio.
Alright, so now that we have essentially solved how to do this, let's do this blue flame.
Revelio.
I dream of making a better.
No! Incendio! Crucio! Levioso! Glacius! Incendio! Revelio! Revelio! Crucio! Defender!
Let's see. There's gonna be anything else around here. We've just got kind of a long way to go here.
Could this be Mr. Oakes's campsite?
Well, some are already dead here, or they're sleeping. I'm not really sure which is supposed to be true.
Penrock's loyalists, just ahead. Should I take them by force or be discreet?
You won't stop me.
Potato! Stupefy! Glacius! Crucio! Funday! Incendio!
Pity. Not quite. I'll snap that one and your neck.
Potato! Glacius! Funday! Now, find out what happened here.
Oh.
Mr. Oakes's trade journal.
My rocks a lot of great to me, but I do feel tad uneasy. They've been their requests and were angry when I asked questions. I referred some of their plan and gobbledygook. They offer my rare metal deposits that are suitable for drilling. I'm afraid of upsetting them further. They seem rather volatile. I need this transaction to happen. Perhaps we can work at a compromise. Perhaps not. I'm gonna go ahead and say that in all very likelihood. Let's fix the cat cam here. Yeah, it's a better view of the cat, I think. No, it's not. We can't see it in that. I dropped something. Let's see, because so that we can actually see the baby. Is that better? That's better. Well, we can much better see the baby now. It's fun to be able to see the baby.
Adelaide said that her uncle kept notes of his trades, maps. Perhaps these landmarks will lead me to him. Revelio.
Oh, I'm out of room for potions. My goodness. I didn't know you could run out of room for winging emotions. Huh.
Revelio.
Let's.
Glaciers. Defendo. Incendio. Accio. Depulso. I should investigate.
Yes, we should. I don't know if that map had anything to do with this or not, but we're going. Using map to follow the trail. Is this where the map was taking me? Because I have no fucking clue. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna. We're gonna see what happens here. We're gonna go with this, and we're gonna see what happens. My gear slots are full, of course. I don't know. I'm wondering which is more important, defense or offense. I know that we can go ahead and destroy that. Let's see which of these hats I'm going to end up wanting. So that would give me 62 defense, but not much offense. Superb, extraordinary.
Revelio.
So okay, I mean this was fun, but you know, obviously it's not where the map wants us to go. Hmm.
Revelio.
But I don't need to drink any of it because I'm healthy, so we will just not have to have room. So let's look at this map again. This is kind of silly. Kind of silly. So I guess that's where we're at. Right there. Or no, this is where we're at. I'm betting this is where we're at. And that's where it's wanting us to go. I'm thinking let's go to the actual map here. So on the actual map, I think we have this highlighted. Ah, damn it. Not what I wanted to do. That could be a map indicating the treasure vault. But as you can see, there's two of them. So I'm assuming the idea is that we've got to figure out which one of those this is talking about. Because I'm assuming that that's the river that we're looking at here. I don't know. We're gonna do this. We're gonna go to that one. See what happens.
A rock formation. That's the first landmark on this map.
Oh,
To find the crooked tree.
so yeah, I didn't realize that one of those was supposed to be a crooked tree. Okay.
Glacius. Defender. Protego. Stupefy. Glacius. Defender. Stupefy. Glacius. Incendio. Brutio. Glacius. Defender. Incendio. Glacius. Defender.
I don't think we're seeing any crooked trees here. But let's continue, I guess.
Defender. Incendio.
Yeah, in the future, you gotta do that. This isn't really where we're supposed to be going, I don't think, but here we go. Um. Okay, nothing's happening the way it's supposed to, so we're just gonna get out of here. And,
Revelio.
well, it was a nice meeting you, Whirlpool, but apparently you're not gonna take us where we want to go, so we're gonna sleep now.
Incendio.
So let's see if we can get to the point where we were like, oh yeah, here's the rock formation. Now we gotta find the crooked tree. Oh, good lord.
A crooked tree. Just
Oh,
as the map said.
yay!
The tower shouldn't be far from here. Revelio.
Think this is the crumbling tower?
And the crumbling tower. The spot on the map should be directly south of here.
Let's see if there's anything of note in here. Of course there is.
Defender. Incendio. Revelio.
It wouldn't hurt to try and see if
What do you have in store for me this time?
I might not have enough millweed. Yeah, I do. Okay. Sometimes these Merlin trial things are just weird.
Defender.
I've got to use this one instead, very likely. Hmm. No, that didn't seem to really do anything. Okay. That was supposed to do a lot on fire. That didn't do it. Hmm.
Depulso. Accio.
Okay. We're gonna try this one.
Confringo.
See, there's often more than one, so the $1 million question is, I'm missing one. Where is it? And this is kind of coming on to the point where you're like, fuck you, Merlin, and your trials. Because I know what you want me to do, but it doesn't make any damn sense. Ooh, wait a minute.
Confringo.
So, see, somewhere there is a third one that I just cannot see. And thus becomes your frustration with the Berlin trials.
Confringo.
And then, see, now it's only... Ugh.
Confringo. Confringo. Confringo.
See, you gotta get just the right spot.
Confringo.
And you don't really have enough time. At least I find myself not being given enough time.
Confringo.
See? It's already... Forget it. It's already down. It's already too far down. Because I can't maneuver... I have a hard time with maneuvering fast enough to be able to do it. Now, what I could potentially try... Try this.
Confringo. Arrest the momentum.
Let's see. Now I... Ugh!
Confringo. Arrest the momentum. Confringo.
See, why won't they just... I don't understand. There are things that they do that I just do not freaking understand and never fucking will when it comes to video games.
Who lived here, I wonder? Revelio. Confringo.
If that was the other one, it's really gonna irritate me. Seriously? I don't know how you do it because there's just not enough fucking time. There just isn't. I'm sorry.
Confringo.
Yeah, I can't do it. I can't get over there in time. There's a trick to it, to being able to maneuver your character in place quickly enough and in fluid motions. And I am none of those fucking things, so fuck that. You want me to solve the damn things? Then allow me to be able to stand in one spot, quickly turn around, and hit them. Because that's the only way I'm going to solve it. I can tell you right now.
Confringo. Expelliarmus. What do we have here? Confringo. Defender.
Haven't collected rewards in the challenge menu. Okay, let's go that. I thought you said I had uncollected rewards. No, I don't. I have uncollected rewards. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. It's taking a moment for it to properly update.
Revelio. Trouble's brewing, and I'm without my... I may have more luck higher up in the keep.
Gotta love the music. The patrol on its face.
Nintendo. Find this hammer! Oh, that was meant for me. Potato. Nintendo. You can't stop us. Easy. I've been fighting since before.
I wanted to the patrol. Oh.
A ladder. That's what I need.
What was that? Enjoy suffering, do you?
Revelio.
Who's not quiet enough? Find this hammer!
Confringo. Revelio. Perhaps not the best place to be caught alone.
When the war is over, goblins will rule over wizards and... Is somebody there? Up for a bit of dying, are we? Oh, no, no!
Pulsar. Revelio. had my wits about me. The pulsar! Accio! The pulsar!
Nice try.
Fringo!
Too slow.
Findo! Nintendo! Fringo!
So you're gonna be wanting that for something.
Accio! Wingardium Leviosa! This castle's hiding. Accio! Wingardium Leviosa!
Okay.
This looks like trouble. The pulsar!
Okay.
What will we find in here? Revelio. The pulsar! Accio! Revelio.
I know it. Aha! There you are.
Findo. Flipendo. Tego. Flipendo.
This is where you
Findo. Expelliarmus. Fringo. It looks as though Adelaide's instincts were spot on. Too late for you to learn the error of your ways. Revelio. Alohomora.
I deserve better than a troll duty.
Defendo. Fringo. Expelliarmus. Revelio.
The human's word is worthless. This prisoner owes us the metal we were promised.
Defendo. Protego.
Such arrogance. What an unfortunate day.
Defendo.
That was unimpressive.
Defendo. Defendo. Pringo.
I won't best.
Expelliarmus.
No!
Defendo. Pringo.
I won't best.
Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Confringo. Revelio.
Let's go to the gears here. Oh, so here's something interesting. Jack Tapper will be moderating a live CNN Republican presidential town hall with Nikki Haley tonight in Des Moines, Iowa. If you can't watch it on TV, just watch some paint dry instead. It's the same effect. Yeah, well, might be right about that. Why am I having issues with my camera? Very strange. I might be needing a new camera. I'm not entirely sure. I'll try. It may be that there's some damage to something, and because of that damage, the plug is not working right. AKA, what happens when You've inadvertently dropped things. Or had your cat knock them over, you know. Great shit like that. That never happens. Alright. We've momentarily fixed it. This right here is cat speak for mommy, you're being too loud. I'm annoyed at you. You're annoying me, so I'm trying to sleep, and you're over here talking. Basically saying, fuck you! Well, I'm sorry, babe, but you're stuck with me. I know. But even if you don't like the fact that you're stuck with me, I still love you.
A boiler door. How to open it?
Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
Loyalist warriors.
Thank you for making me the first of.
We're gonna skip you and we're gonna go this way instead. Haha.
Confringo.
Hey, come on.
Revelio. Accio. Repulso. Revelio.
Such arrogance.
Confringo. Tego. Confringo. No!
Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Revelio. Confringo. Spelliarmus. Repulso. Accio. Confringo. Revelio.
Uh,
One way or another, we'll get what we're owed.
I won't rest. Dead.
Repetego.
That was a brave miss.
Confringo.
This is almost too easy.
Findo.
No! Ah, look at the coward. I won't rest. Dead.
Incendio.
No!
Confringo. Spelliarmus.
I won't rest.
Repetego.
Someone thinks they can outlast me. You outlast them.
Incendio.
Not quite.
Findo. Accio. Accio.
Chill spells glance off of me. Case goblin silver.
Confringo.
Was that your best?
Incendio.
Pity. Not quite.
Findo.
You won't get away with that.
Confringo. You only have Ranrock to blame. Revelio. Revelio.
I think that's Royal Malfunction and I can't pick it up.
Confringo. Revelio. This must be Mr. Oakes's wand. Perhaps now he can set himself free. Revelio. 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 Confringo. Defender. Repulsor. Accio. Revelio. Revelio. Confringo. Expelliarmus. Confringo.
Okay.
Revelio. Confringo. Revelio.
Huh.
Revelio. I wonder if Adelaide's uncle could be down there. Incendio. Confringo. Finder. Expelliarmus.
You can't stop us.
Revelio.
Mm.
Incendio. Hello, Mr. Oakes? Fortunately, I've already found your wand, Mr. Oakes.
You did it! I found my wand and... Wait, you're a student? Oh, I must get you to safety immediately. It's dangerous.
It's all right, Mr. Oakes. I've dealt with these goblins before.
Dear man, you're either very lucky or very talented. How did you find me?
I'm a friend of Adelaide's. She was worried about your business with Ranrock's loyalists.
Oh, she was right to be. I couldn't go through with the agreement, and when I told them, I ended up blindfolded and behind bars. Locked in that infernal cell for so long, they forgot I was even there. They overheard things. If only I could reward you for what you've done. Nasty goblin stole every canut on me. All I can say is thank you. Truly.
Am I right that you speak Gobbledom?
Unbeknownst to Ramrock's fiends, I do. I've always had an affinity for goblin culture. I knew I wanted to be a metal trader ever since I was a lad. It wasn't easy learning the language. It's complex. My memory's as weak as my knees these days. After decades working with fine goblin folk, I grew fairly proficient.
Find the happy medium.
Responding to somebody else in their chat. Let's see what they say in response to my comment.
Like a whale, like a beluga whale. If you rub your hand against my skin, it's going to sound like a balloon. It'll be like,
what is he talking about?
No, isn't that like Ventiligo universalis? Isn't that what it's called when you're totally hairless?
I don't know. I know there's a term for it, but I don't remember what.
Yeah, I have no idea. Got me. So what's going on in the chat? Man, you guys have been talking.
Yeah, what's up?
Kathy's.
Alexa said, "Oh, browse too. I dare you." So here's a funny story. My oldest brother, the first time he ever used a razor, he found my dad's razor in the shower, and he wanted to see how it worked, but he didn't have any facial hair because he's only like 12. So he shaved off one of his eyebrows.
What are they going on about?
Then my mom got mad because he only had one eyebrow, so she made him shave the other one off too.
At least make it even. Yeah.
It was so funny. It was funny. Oh, God. John Arch is here. What's up, John Arch?
It was John's birthday yesterday. Oh, I didn't know that. Happy birthday.
27. I think 27, right?
Happy birthday, John.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, buddy. I'll come over later and give you your birthday spankings, you bad boy.
Oh, my.
Oh, gosh, you're talking about.
User said, Mug, did you find Tate's clit?
He might as well have a fucking pussy. I don't know.
He's
very
language.
He's very feminine with his mannerisms. Especially when he does this, and I believe in sign language, this means vagina. Oh, please.
I think this looks more like a vagina than this does.
Right, but, like, I think, yeah, just definitely look it up. I think this means vajiggity-jiggity vagina.
Does it matter one way or the other?
Hey, John, just so you know, if this is a vagina, the clit is right up here. Just so you know.
Yes, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. You tap it together and it's vagina.
John, I just said, Jack, if you try to spank me, I'll feed you to the raccoons.
Ooh.
Sweet.
Oh, gosh. These people.
Off to a good start.
Off to a great start, guys.
Do they use their tongues, or is it very toothy?
Oh, my God. Oh, boy.
The toothier, the better, in my opinion. I would be bleeding by the time I pull out.
Wow.
Now that we've alienated half the audience, let's
the audience was.
Yeah. So we are going on a deep dive with Andrew Tate, and we're going to start off with bits and pieces of the BBC interview, and we're going to go back and forth between the interview and other videos as well.
Oh, sweet.
We sure are.
Sorry, Howard.
What do you guys think of this new Andrew Tate look with the really bushy beard and the hair on the top of his head?
Well, I wonder he got implants like Myron too, because he was balding really bad.
His hairline was worse than mine.
And I don't understand his like tight clothes. Like look how tight that suit is. That's not a proper way to wear a suit.
I was thinking the same thing. I was watching this video from like 2013 NBA, and the shorts that basketball players wore then were like big and baggy, and they had like the baggy jerseys. And now it's like the shorts are like mid thigh and super tight, and they wear like basically wife beaters for jerseys. It's crazy, dude. What is it because like men have started wearing small entire clothes?
80s and 90s basketball uniforms.
Those were
short.
Oh yeah.
I got a Hogwarts mystery to solve.
We've gone back then, apparently.
Alexa said we'll go back and forth if Jack lets this interview go past a minute. Dude, we spent the first 35 minutes of the Subscribe Star stream on 2 minutes of the video, so go check that out, by the way. It was a pretty
Really
good one.
good.
Me and Mug both lost our shit.
I was gonna say, for once, it wasn't just Jack's fault. Like, Mug had a lot to say, dude. She's like, stop the video, stop the video!
I said stop once! Or twice.
Yes.
Evie is here. Evie's the Chug Chug show person, right?
Chucky show.
No, Chug Chug. Evie the Chug Chug says. Evie the Chug Chug says the audience was alienated the moment Jack opened his mouth.
That's true.
It happens.
I do my best, just for you, Chug Chug.
Missed my other comment.
Oh, right, here we go.
And following my legal counsel.
So let's talk about what you've said yourself then. You have
You
said
missed
on the website,
my
the original
other
website for the Huskers University, that you emotionally manipulated women to fall in love with you so that you could get them working in the sex industry for your financial gain.
As I said,
yeah, he did say
I have to be very careful with what I say. Let's put it this way. No women are coming out against me and accusing me of doing it.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
There's testimony from the current investigation.
The current investigation, which I cannot discuss, which I know intimately and you don't, I can tell you right now that the women who are in this case.
I think that what in the previous case of this, there was like a state prosecutor, if I remember right. There was a state prosecutor, as in,
and the women dropped those cases.
Not state. Yeah, the women weren't alleging anything. It was the government. It was Britain, right? It was in England.
Wherever it was,
wherever it was the state that was trying to charge Andrew Tate, but the women wouldn't testify against him. They said it was consensual. So
well, we'll get into that later too, because I think there's one or two that were still prosecuting against him or something like that. Yeah.
Guys, here's an important chat. Wilbur said, "I'm only here to ask who wants a mustache ride," and I'm first in line.
I do.
We all do.
And
I'll just
then
watch.
Miss
oh, come on now.
Little Chug Chug says Jack doesn't look like he's washed his hair. I literally just washed my hair.
Yeah,
I had it pulled way back on the Subscribe Star stream because I was trying to let it dry a little straighter than normal. So fuck you. I washed my hair like an hour ago.
Jack trying to be straight.
It's a lot of work.
There you go, everybody. Jack claims he has washed his hair.
There are 2 American women who have been caught already admitting their lying, and then nobody else is accusing me of anything.
To begin with, it's very common in cases like this that the alleged...
Dude, wait, hold on. She just skipped over that.
Yeah, she told. Well, she's addressing it now, saying that women will generally retract their statements. That's about. I think that's what she's about to say.
Yeah, goodness. All right. No, wait.
I'm grateful I was able to
Oh,
help you
shit.
folks. Adelaide thinks the world of you.
Oh, and I her. She's become quite savvy to my trading habits, always analyzing my detailed owls. If only I hadn't resorted to trading with such fiends. A lesson I shan't soon forget. Having my wand back is like being reunited with an old friend. I must return home and inform Adelaide of my safety. Will you be all right?
I'll be fine, Mr. Oakes. You get back to Adelaide. I assure you, her worries outweigh yours.
Oh, I'm anxious to see my dear niece. And then I plan to travel far from here for my next round of trading. Thank you. May life reward you justly for your deeds. Be well, my friend.
Oh, shoot. I wanted to ask him what he had overheard.
Ranrock's lot would never have freed him. Revelio. Revelio. Confringo. Spellianus. Defendo. Confringo. Incendio.
Well, somebody certainly seemed odd about that.
Revelio. Why is it locked? That's something I've got to figure out. I don't know why it's locked. Revelio.
See, I'm not convinced that I want to get out of here just yet.
Revelio. 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 Confringo. Revelio. Revelio. Confringo. Defendo. Confringo. Accio. Depulso. Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
Revelio.
I may be needing to find an exact detailed map of this place.
Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
Hmm. Huh.
also. Revelio.
Alright, I need... Alright, there's something down there that I'm missing that I don't understand how to get to, but whatever. See? This is what I'm talking about. Where's the troll?
place for an unaccompanied student. Revelio. Incendio. Confringo. What went on here?
This is what I was wondering about. That's what I was looking for.
Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Also.
Hmm. You've already been this way. I'm gonna find these dudes and fight them.
Goodness, what a party to attend by myself.
Someone's
Incendio. Revelio. Stone walls do a prison leak, sometimes. Revelio.
What? I'm not trying to do that. Okay, well, let's just get out of here. Let's just... going to take a short break. we should end this and actually watch the game. We should end the game, and then we should go and see if Nikki Haley is on yet. And we can make fun of her. Haley, CNN. So where do we find the Nikki Haley thing? Because I know that she's getting interviewed. Somebody commented. So CNN Town Hall. So that's kind of what I want right now.
Just for the record, it's changed voting rules during the pandemic, including states that Trump won, like North Carolina, Kentucky, and Arkansas. Utah has exclusively had vote by mail for years and years and years. I'm not talking about that. And I'm not talking about debates over voter ID or whatever, normal things in the context of political discourse. I'm talking about the insane stuff we heard about the Italians hacking into satellites and well, you know what I'm talking about. And the lies that Trump continues to say, the people's lives are put at risk, Democrats and Republicans. And I'm wondering how willing you are to talk to the people, Republican voters, to say that wasn't true. That didn't happen.
I've been on the record to say that while I think that we had issues, I don't think that any of them changed the election. I have also said, when he said it was a beautiful day, January 6th, I think January 6th was a terrible day. I will say whatever is my truth, and I've always done that, and I've done that on both of those things.
So let's get back to our audience. This is Joe Klein. She's a retired attorney. She's an advocate for healthcare access and patients' rights. She's an independent who says she plans to participate in the Republican caucuses. She lives in West Des Moines. Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Governor. And you touched on mental health and you touched on veterans' health, so I really appreciate the opportunity to ask this question. The United States is experiencing historic growth in its aging and its chronically ill populations. And at the same time, our healthcare workforce is disappearing. So I wonder, how would you address this life-threatening crisis of access in healthcare?
It's very true. You know, my parents, I take care of my parents. They both live with us. We take care of them. And I watch basically what they have to go through. I watch how expensive healthcare is. I watch how hard it is for them to get their medicines that they need, all of those things. So we have a big healthcare issue. And our healthcare system needs to be broken. And the way you break it is you do it from a transparent situation. And that's from the insurance companies to the hospitals, to the doctors, to the pharmaceutical companies. When they suddenly have to show us everything, all of a sudden we're going to get to see exactly what's happening. The idea that my parents, when they go to the hospital and they come home, the idea that the bill they get was negotiated on between the insurance companies and the hospital and they had no say in it is the first problem that's wrong. We've got to start having health care that's based on outcomes. Why is it that you should go to a doctor and they just give you a medicine to keep you symptomatically a little bit better? Shouldn't we want doctors that go and actually cure you, that heal you, that work together with other physicians to have that happen? When you go get your car fixed, what happens? They say, well, we could
assuming that there's
we could do a temporary fix for this much, or we could give you a really permanent fix for this much. Shouldn't you get that in healthcare? Shouldn't you get the option to decide how much you want, what you need to do, whether you want the Tylenol in the hospital or whether you don't? The second thing is doctors don't give you those 10 tests out of the fact that they want you. They give them to you for the 90% chance they're going to get sued. We have to have tort reform throughout this country to stop this reckless lawsuits that are driving healthcare up. The next thing is these certificate of need bills. We have to get rid of those. Those basically say there's no competition in healthcare. So a hospital can say, I don't want any other hospital near me for X number of miles because it will lower the quality. No, when I was growing up in our family business, my mom used to always say the best thing that could happen to us is if our competitor went across the street, because our quality would go up, our prices would go down, and our service would be better. That's what we need in hospitals as well. And when you deal with all of those things, you can focus on access and making sure we've got professionals. My daughter is a nurse at the Children's Hospital. I see the pressures and the strains that they have. They are now telling them they no longer can get paid more for overtime. They're now telling them that they're not going to get any raises, all while having a massive nursing shortage. Our priorities are all wrong. Why are the insurance companies making all this money? Yet the professionals we need to give the care are not getting any. It's twisted and it's messed up, and it's why we have to start fixing it and answer it the way it needs to be answered.
So Joe raised the topic of the aging population that we have. I want to ask you about Social Security. The program is expected, as you noted earlier, to run out of money to pay full benefits in 2034. And if nothing is done, that will prompt automatic cuts. In order to address that, you said that you have wanted to raise the future retirement age for people who are young right now. What retirement age are you proposing?
So I think that, first of all, we need to understand that, yes, Social Security will go bankrupt in 10 years. Medicare will go bankrupt in 8. But we shouldn't take away from anyone who's put into the system. We should keep our promises. Everyone who's been promised should get it. My kids are in their 20s. They're the ones we go to and we say we're raising the retirement age to reflect life expectancy. We limit benefits on the wealthy. Instead of cost of living increases, let's do increases based on inflation. And let's expand Medicare Advantage plans. That's what we need to do to start really taking on entitlement reform. We have to do it because we can't keep kicking this can down the road. And I know that Trump and DeSantis have both said we're not going to deal with entitlement reform. Well, all you're doing is leaving it for the next president, and that's leaving a lot of Americans in trouble.
So for them to say that, DeSantis and Trump, I mean, is it even a viable option? And what would you say about the leadership of those two individuals if they say they're not going to do anything?
I think it's important to be honest with the American people. We are in this situation. Don't lie to them and say, oh, we don't have to deal with entitlement reform. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. It's the reality. I'm always going to tell the truth. Is it going to hurt? Yes, but for our kids, they know they're not going to get it anyway. So why not go ahead and change it for them in their 20s? Why not go and put people that are in their 60s and 70s and 80s at peace so that they know, look, you're not going to have to worry about it. But yes, we're going to go to our 20s and we're going to go tell them times have changed. I think they're not being honest with the American people.
So time for some honesty from Nikki Haley. If the retirement age is 66 or 67 right now, what are you talking about raising it to for the people in their 20s?
We have to go. We'd have to do the calculations. We'd have to figure out how to. I am an accountant, and you know what accountants do? Accountants do their homework, and they make sure that when they do something, they do it right or they don't do it. So I'm not going to give you a false number.
All right. So she has some homework to hand in to me later. I want you to meet Brian McQuaid. He's a political science professor from Grimes who says he's a Republican who voted for Joe Biden. Professor McQuaid.
Hi, Brian.
Welcome here to Andrew University. It's an honor to have you here with us. One of the concerns that many of my students express about, and Democrats and Republicans, both sides, is about climate change, our future, environmental issue, which will lead to my question. Environmental issues are really a serious concern here in the Midwest, from the effects of hotter summers on our farmers, and to water quality issues, more
They
frequent
should have
flooding
it
on
more down
Mississippi.
here rather than
And
up
we're
there.
also concerned about the regulatory power of the EPA as well. So what would be your environmental policy, and how can this help the Midwest?
I think the environment's important, and I think that climate change is real. I've always said that. But I think it's important, again, to be honest about where we are. I think you've seen a lot of these Green Deal policies that Biden has put into place that are not actually going to move the ball. They want to suddenly subsidize or using, gas-produced cars for subsidizing electric vehicles without realizing we don't have the infrastructure to handle it. And I'm not just talking about charging stations. That's one of the issues. I'm not just talking about rural areas. That's one of the issues. I'm talking about electric vehicles are so heavy that our roads and bridges aren't capable of handling that. So that's all of these things that they're doing in the name of saving the environment are actually going to hurt us down the road, and we need to be honest about that. But if we do care about the environment, which I believe everybody here does, we want clean air. We want clean water. I want my kids to have an earth that's healthy and going to carry on for future generations. But if we are that serious, then let's be honest. The United States is very good when it comes to emissions. If we want to really fix the environment, then let's start having serious conversations with India and China. They are our polluters. They're the ones that are causing the problem. The reason I pulled us out of the Paris Climate Agreement was not because I don't want us to have a good environment. It was because what had happened under the Obama administration, they put so many regulations on our businesses that we were suffering. And that was the promise in the Paris Climate Agreement. You know what China's promise was? That they would deal with it in 10 years. And I dealt with the Chinese enough to know 10 years never comes. We need a fair playing field. We're not the problems. The Chinese and the Indians are the problems.
I want to ask you about the legal battle between Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Disney. You said you would happily welcome Disney to South Carolina if they wanted to move. What do you think of Governor DeSantis' leadership when it comes to the back and forth with Disney?
Look, it's the hypocrisy of the whole thing. What I said was, first of all, this all started with the Don't Say Gay bill, right? And it basically said you couldn't talk about gender to any child before the 3rd grade. I have been on record saying I don't think that went far enough. They should not be talking to our kids about gender, period. That's what parents talk to their kids about, not in school. So let's put that bill away and put that to the side. I totally agree with the bill and think that it needed to go further, and I think they've done that since then. What I'm talking about is the fact that here you have a woke company. They've been woke for years. I remember when Disney went after President Trump for immigration. This is nothing new. So here you have DeSantis, who accepted $50,000 in political contributions from Disney. He went and put their executives and their lobbyists on prominent boards throughout Florida. And he went and basically gave the highest corporate subsidies in Florida history to Disney. But because they went and criticized him, now he's going to spend taxpayer dollars on a lawsuit. It's just like all this vendetta stuff. We've been down that road again. We can't go down that. Businesses were my partners in South Carolina. We didn't always get along. And luckily, South Carolina is very anti-woke. But when you have a company like that, don't bring the citizens' taxpayer dollars into it. Pick up the phone, deal with it, settle it the way you should. And I just think he's being hypocritical in that.
So, woke, the word woke, used to be used by progressives to talk about an awareness of inequities and historical inequities. But obviously it means something else to conservatives criticizing it. What does it mean to you? How do you define woke?
There's a lot of things. I mean, you want to start with biological boys playing in girls' sports. That's one thing. The fact that we have gender pronoun classes in the military now. I mean, all of these things that are pushing what a small minority want on the majority of Americans, it's too much. It's too much. I mean, the idea that we have biological boys playing in girls' sports, it is the women's issue of our time. My daughter ran track in high school. I don't even know how I would have that conversation with her. How are we supposed to get our girls used to the fact that biological boys are in their locker rooms? And then we wonder why a third of our teenage girls seriously contemplated suicide last year? We should be growing strong girls, confident girls. Then you go and you talk about building a strong military. How are you going to build the morale in a strong military when you're doing gender pronoun classes? Why is it that you have, kids undergoing critical race theory, where if a little girl's in kindergarten, if she goes into kindergarten, if she's white, you're telling her she's bad. If she's brown or black, you're telling her she's never going to be good enough and she's always going to be a victim. All of these things have gone to where they are pushing, and transgender, the whole issue of the transgender, it's not that people don't think in America you should live the way you want to live. I want everybody to live the way they want to live. But stop pushing your views on everybody else. That's the problem, is they're starting to push everything on the rest of us.
Okay, so there was just a lot that you said, but let me...
There's a lot wrong in our country when it comes to that.
You talked about girl suicides. And I think one of the reasons why, when you talk to educators, what is going on with all of this embracing the pronouns and embracing of trans kids, et cetera. According to the Trevor Project, half of transgender and non-binary young people have seriously considered suicide in the past year. And a lot of these efforts, and I'm not defending any specific effort, but a lot of these efforts are about trying to stop that. And I'm wondering, is there room for the humanity of these young people in this debate?
We need to take care of these kids. And that's why in South Carolina, when we had the issue of, they were transgender kids when I was governor.
The bathroom bill. Yeah.
We didn't have the bathroom bill because I didn't have the bathroom bill come into South Carolina, because I knew that if we had a transgender child, they would come meet with the principal. The principal would give them their own private bathroom so that they were safe, and the majority of the student body didn't even have to deal with it. So I didn't want us to say, okay, you go to this bathroom, you go to that one. You just deal with them individually. That was the safest way for everybody. We do need to be humane about it. But now, what about the idea that this girl in New Hampshire that I talked to, she's a senior in high school, and she said, every class they talk about transgenderism. And she said, I feel like I'm walking on eggshells because we'll be canceled if we say anything about it. That's what I'm talking about. It has overtaken the entire conversation. And that's not fair to the rest of our kids. So I think there is a humane way to do it. Let's get them the help, the therapy, whatever they need so that they can feel better and not be suicidal. But don't go and cause all these other kids to feel like that pressure's on them. They don't deserve that, and they don't need that either.
So we're going to have more with presidential candidate Governor Nikki Haley when we come back.
En la Ciudad de México veo todos los días y en todas partes la lucha libre. En nuestros mercados, en nuestra comida, en nuestros monumentos. La lucha libre es un pedazo de lo que realmente es México. Cuando subo al río, llevo la Ciudad de México dentro de mi corazón.
This isn't Charmin. No wonder I don't feel as clean.
Hurry up, Dad. You've been in there forever.
I'm trying. This cheap stuff is too thin.
I told you not to get the other toilet paper. Here's Charmin Ultra Strong.
Ah, my bottom's been saved. Woo-hoo!
With its diamond weave texture, Charmin Ultra Strong cleans better with fewer sheets and less effort.
What's everybody waiting for? This?
Okay, hon. We know you're clean. We all go. Why not enjoy the go with Charmin?
At T-Mobile, your business will save over $1,000. What are you going to do with it?
I could use a new sign.
Woo! All right, well, y'all, thank you for sharing your love and soundproof windows. A new chair.
Save more than $1,000 versus Verizon. And now, get the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus free, with no trade-in required.
When I see you there, my heart surrenders. Deep within my soul, a glowing ember is burning ever.
Search for something you love. Etsy has it.
We talking about practicing good financial strategy.
That was the dumbest
by
commercial.
cashbacking. What you think I was talking about? Not a game. Not a game. Talking about cashback. Cashback.
Cash back like a pro with Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back?
Sure, you have an affordable toilet paper that works.
But wouldn't you like one that you actually enjoy using?
Now this is what I'm talking about. Sherman Essential Soft.
Whoa, it's softer.
And more absorbent. And it fits the family budget.
Charmin Essential Soft has the low price you'll love, and it's surprisingly softer and more absorbent.
We're rolling with Essential Soft. Now that's a good deal.
Affordable price, superior softness. Enjoy the go with Charmin Essentials.
People. People have a unique transformational power to do good. But to thrive, they need to be nurtured and prioritized. And that's the power of HR. With SHRM, HR can cultivate a culture of belonging, make mental health mainstream, value education and experience. That's how we drive change, because people empower business and we empower people. Join SHRM today.
He snores like an angry rhino.
You've never heard an angry rhino.
Baby, I hear one every night. Every night.
Okay, I'll work on that.
The Sleep Number Queen C2 Smart Bed is now only $9.99, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Shop now.
I mean, I wouldn't describe it as paint drying. She's very energetic. She's answering questions.
Nikki Haley. We're here at Grandview University with our audience of Iowa voters who say they plan to participate in the Republican caucuses. I want you to meet Jody Jacklin. She's a retired account credit manager.
Probably
from
really
Johnston.
should
She's a member of
try
Capitol
and
Region
be
Republican Women. Jody.
either DeSantis.
Welcome, and first off, I want to thank
or
your husband
Trump's
for his
running
service.
mate. Honestly.
And also to you for your service as a spouse of a serviceman.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
My question is, how do we manage the growing age of artificial intelligence?
Artificial intelligence is happening whether we like it or not. So I think the first thing is you have to acknowledge this is real, and it can be a source for good, right? This is something that's going to move us over to the, to the next level when it comes to all types of things. What we need to do is not heavily regulate it, but we need to have guardrails, right? And so if you look, the Europeans are already onto it, the Chinese are already onto it. What we don't want is for them to leave us. And so Biden has been very, he's been slow on wanting to do anything about it, but that's the wrong way to look at it. We should be bringing in the private sector to tell us exactly what we need to watch out for with AI, how we can best use AI, and just establish basic guardrails, and then let the private sector work, because there's a lot of good innovation that's going to come from this, whether it's from healthcare, whether it's from tech, whether it's from all kinds of creativity that we can have. We don't want to suppress it. We just want to make sure that we're making sure it doesn't become dangerous.
Have you used ChatGPT at all?
I have not, but I've had it used on me.
Is that right? And did you see the ad that Donald Trump Jr. tweeted out? It was a scene from The Office where Michael Scott from The Office accidentally wore a woman's suit, and everybody was making fun. But they had deep faked Ron DeSantis' face and voice into it, and it was funny. It was obviously a spoof, but I wondered, boy, where could this go? And I'm wondering how much that might worry you personally.
Politically, a lot, because look, politics is a blood sport. And I come from South Carolina, so I know how dirty it can get. So when you look at that, you do worry that is there an image that's really not you that they go and put out there. But, I don't think that means you just stop all AI in the process. That's but the guardrails are what we should figure out to keep those things from happening. But, it is what it is. Once you open that door, you can't close it. We saw it with social media. We're going to see it with AI as well.
What did you mean when you said you've had ChatGPT used on you? What does that mean?
Someone read an intro of me, and they had used ChatGPT to get it.
Oh.
And they asked me how accurate it was.
And what was it, like 50-50?
It was pretty accurate.
It's pretty
actually.
accurate, yeah. Okay. I want you to meet David Engel. He's a retired community college professor and the co-chair of the Marshall County Republicans. He's from Marshalltown. David.
Nice. Hi, David.
Hi. I would like to thank the University of South Carolina for my graduate degree.
I'm a Clemson Tiger, but I love you anyway.
Ambassador Haley, in the unlikely event of you not receiving the presidential nomination for the Republican Party, will you pledge your support to whoever does win the nomination and work to help elect our nominee and other Republicans running for the House and Senate?
Well, first of all, I don't play for second. I never have. I'm not going to start. I'm in this to win it. And so to talk about anything other than that is not something I'm going to entertain. Having said that, with the debates, we have all said that whoever wins the primary, we're going to get behind that person and support him. I fully intend to do that. But right now, we've got a country to save. I'm going to put every ounce of hard work into it to make sure we earn the people of Iowa's support and earn the people of New Hampshire and South Carolina's support. So we're going to fight hard to do that.
I'm a big believer in people in the media correcting themselves when they err. And I erred earlier. I had described the Biden-Harris position as basically no restrictions. And that might be the Harris position. But actually, President Biden, last fall was asked would he support any restrictions. His answer was that he did. And his basic position, President Biden's, is to codify Roe v. Wade, which would mean abortion legal until the first 20 weeks of pregnancy. So I was wrong about that. And he was asked, just to make that note. But I'll let you respond.
Well, I was saying, have you asked about 35, 36, 37 weeks? Because everybody loves to ask us about 6, 8, and 10 weeks or 12 weeks. And so I was just saying you need to ask Biden and Harris those same
Well, when I
things.
get Biden, I'll ask him. But let me ask you this. When you see the practical effect of some of these laws passed in Florida, passed in Texas, where women who have fetal abnormalities and with a child that will not live, and they're forced to carry the child to term, and the like. You've seen these stories in the media, I'm sure. Does that ever bother you? Does that ever make you think we're not writing these laws correctly, or they don't know what they're doing? Even if they're trying to protect the baby, they're going too far. Do you ever think that?
I think in the legislatures, most of them, we see exceptions, whether it's rape, incest, or life of the mother. We've seen some other things, but this is what, in the situation, that's what South Carolinians decided. And I know that South Carolina is very pro-life. And so it's very representative of who they are. There are some other states that have gone more the abortion side. And like I said, I wish that wasn't the case, but that is who they are. And I think that that's what we're seeing democracy at work. That's what we need to have.
I think this is our last question, and it's one that I think will tee you up to an ending of sorts, if you would like. This is John Palmer. He's a retired pastor, and he's a Republican from Grimes. Pastor?
John, make it a good one.
Thank you and welcome. Thank you for your positivity. Thank you for all that you represent. And you are a breath of fresh air, and we really appreciate you very much. Thank you. So what are the core values that serve as the foundation and the underpinnings for you, your family, and your political leadership?
Thank you for that question. Thank you. I think that so much of who I've been as I grew up, my parents very much taught us the importance of faith and a conscience. That's above all things, that's what it was. And it was the basic standards of take care of those that take care of you. Do for those, do for the least of these. Don't wait for something just because you're going to get something out of it. Do it because it's the right thing to do. And my parents would always say the best way to appreciate God's blessings is to give back. And so I feel like I've lived my life that way. And I feel like Michael and I have raised our kids that way, is that we want to make sure that they know that we're a family of service and you do for others. And when you do for others, it comes back to you. But of all things with our kids, when we raised them, we wanted them to have a faith and a conscience. And we knew if we did that, that everything else would be okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You want to say goodnight to the audience, but you can keep it briefish.
Okay. Someone asked me why I was running for president. And I said, my parents came here 50 years ago to an America that was strong and proud and full of opportunities. I want them to know that America again. I'm doing this as a military spouse for Michael and his military brothers and sisters because they need to know their sacrifice meant something, that we do love our country. I'm doing this for my daughter who just got married and I saw how hard it was for her and her husband to own a home. And I'm doing this for my son who's a junior in college and I'm watching him write papers of things he doesn't believe in just to get an A. That's not us. That's not America. And for the first time in our country, 78% of Americans have said they don't think that their children will live as good of a life as them. We can't have that. I'm not going to have that. We've got a country to save. That's why we have to have a new generational leader. We've got to go and fix this country and go back to the values that have made us great. And when we do that, when we really focus back on faith and family and country and the idea that America is the best country in the world, that's when our best days are to come. Go to NikkiHaley.com.
Governor Haley, thank you so much for joining us here tonight. And thank you to our audience and to our host, Grandview University. Be sure to tune in Wednesday at 9 p.m. for our next CNN Presidential Town Hall. Dana Bash will moderate the former Vice President Mike Pence, and his coverage continues with Dana Bash and Caitlin Collins. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
You have been watching Nikki Haley making her case about why she should be the Republican nominee for president of the United States. The former South Carolina governor and UN ambassador was pressed by Iowa voters and Jake Tapper on abortion, guns, Ukraine, China, her former boss Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis versus Disney, and the GOP issue this election cycle, so-called wokeism. We're going to talk about all of that after we discuss one specific thing, which is abortion. That seems to be, just in talking to Republicans as they've been watching this, maybe the biggest headline when it comes to this race for the nomination. She declined to say where she stands on a new law in her home state of South Carolina and beyond. She did differentiate herself from Donald Trump and DeSantis on the issue of Ukraine and how to deal with Russia. We want to talk about all of this with Abby Phillip and Audie Cornish, who are here now. Abby, what's your takeaway?
Yeah, I think that what you're raising about abortion really speaks to something that I could not ignore, which is that this was a Republican audience. It's in the state of Iowa about the Republican caucuses, but she was speaking to a national audience. She was really trying to present herself, I think, very differently from many of her other colleagues who are in this race, but she was also trying to leave herself a lot of room on some issues like abortion. I thought it was so striking to me, just the tonal difference here. This was almost like a Republican candidate circa the George W. Bush era, incredibly hawkish on foreign policy, serious and very substantive on a number of other issues, whether it's on entitlements and government spending, or even things like guns and the border and China. But I was keeping track. It took her 70 minutes to say the word woke after she was asked a question about it. I thought that was notable too. I think she did not steer the conversation into the territory of things that would get you retweets and likes on social media. And that was a choice. But when she did get to it, she really went for it on those issues of so-called wokeism. There's a lot to say about that, but those are the things that really struck me.
Yeah, and there was a moment on that issue where she said she was talking about trying to personalize it, saying that her daughter ran track in school and she couldn't imagine what it would be like for her to be in a locker room with somebody who was born a man, and then question whether or not that has an impact on teenage suicide among girls. And then Jake, pushed back on the other side of that, which is that there's also a high rate of suicide among trans
Yeah. Also, a wild
teens.
thing to say, because she had spent much of the conversation also talking about mental health and mental health statistics, and I think tying those things together the way she did was probably an error, frankly. It was interesting that on the issue of wokeness or culture war issues, she picked very specific lanes. One was this idea of kind of trans exclusionary talk, meaning the gender identity of trans youth illegitimate in her eyes. She repeatedly called young people biological boys, etc. So she had a very specific thing she wanted to talk about, and she also went after DeSantis in the most specific way in terms of line of attack, not just talking about what's going on with Disney now, but his past relationship with Disney and kind of how he's playing it out as an executive. It was one of the few times she sort of poked at someone else who might be running in the race. And I noted that she said we've gone down that road before, kind of hitting him for his confrontational tone with Disney, and it was sort of like a subtweet at Donald Trump. It basically implying Trump without actually saying.
I want to go back to abortion because this is an issue that tripped up Republicans in the 2022 midterms. And this is an issue that Republican strategists are trying to, and activists are trying to work with candidates on to try to find the right language, never mind the right policy positions. And she punted, and she said, I'm punting, basically.
And that's not going to fly with evangelical Christians and with the anti-abortion movement, which is very powerful still in the Republican Party. They've been pretty clear. They want candidates who are on that stage, who are running for president on the Republican side, to say how many weeks they are willing to support an abortion ban. She refused to say that. She said there was a federal role, but she made the point, and she's probably right about this. There are not 60 votes for federal bans at probably 6 weeks. But Jake rightfully pressed her and said, "You're candidate. You're running for president. What is your position? Where do you stand?" She still wouldn't go there, and that is going to be an issue for her in this primary because these, first of all, evangelical voters are a huge chunk of the Republican Party right now, and the leaders of these groups are really pushing for a number. They want to hear a commitment, and she did not give that.
One thing that's all true, and there's so many policy questions and answers to dissect on a whole host of issues. But one thing that really struck me was how folksy she was and how personal she got when she answered a lot of these issues. When she answered about abortion, saying, I'm pro-life, and for many reasons, one of them was that I had trouble getting pregnant. And she talked about other farm stand when effective
I don't really care about
the Biden administration
their
does allow for
insights.
abortion restrictions. But you can't attack someone on their personal biography, right? It's the same thing where she can talk extensively about the effects of racism in her life, but so I think that there's this kind of 1-2 comes along with that. And it remains about race when that
one thing that I believe was new or new
is a significant part of the Biden administration policy, but it's also something that some Republicans, especially local law enforcement, have embraced. So she's staking out actually pretty hardline positions, even on these issues that are wrapped in soft biography details. I think that the presentation, though, does matter. It's important. I mean, when you are on that stage, there's some choreography to it, addressing the audience in the room and the audience of people at home, and understanding how to use that stage effectively. And I'm not bringing this up to be superficial about it, but home and understanding how to use that stage effectively. And I'm not bringing this up to be superficial about it, but it starts to matter when you see, you're going to see a lot of candidates on these stages over the next few months. Some of them are going to be very practiced and rehearsed at presenting themselves well, at remembering the lines that they're supposed to deliver, at delivering them effectively, at pivoting, and just on the blocking and tackling of being on that stage. She really showed, I thought, tonight, that she has that particular experience, and it'll be a major question for a lot of the other candidates, some of whom have more or less experience on the national stage, whether they're able to do the same thing. We've seen this trip up candidates before over in cycles
this is what
past,
campaigning in Iowa looks like. You've been there. It is that close physically.
Even closer.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if she was sitting on a hay bale, that would have been the thing, at the Iowa State Fair. It was very similar. The way that she used the stage blocking, as you said, effectively turning her back on Jake at some point to address the audience directly. All of that kind of polish is part of her presentation. At one point in the middle of her lecture, she blessed someone.
She got said, God bless you. I was just going to say
it's like she's just sort of on the roll of being on the road and shaking every single hand. And I think you saw sort of some of the effects of that polishing.
All right. Well, Caitlin, there's a lot to chew on. I know that you have to do with all of the political experts and people who have actually worked on campaigns in Iowa and elsewhere up there in New York.
Yeah, including some who worked for Haley herself. So we'll get to the table. Scott, I want to start with you, though, because before the town hall, you were saying that Nikki Haley is perceived to be this candidate who sometimes tries to have it both ways. You talked about how she's wavered on Trump and other issues. Did you get clarity in your view on where she stands on issues tonight?
On a few. And some of the stuff she said, I love. The Russia answer, a clear-eyed defense of what we're doing there and why we have to win, and also a clear-eyed bashing of evil dictators in the world.
After we discuss one specific thing, which is abortion. That seems to be, just in talking to Republicans as they've been watching this, maybe the biggest headline when it comes to this race for the nomination.
I think she believe are under attack.
Trying to figure out if it's over
right now. I did not love her assailing of the debt limit deal because she attacked it and then turned around and said, well, we ought to be clawing back the unspent COVID money and we ought to be getting rid of the IRS agents, which the COVID deal does. And so that's an example of, that's what a politician would do, sort of an uninformed recitation of talking points. I didn't hear her go after Biden as much as I would have wanted, frankly, as a conservative. I probably tactically would have gone after DeSantis earlier and harder than she did. I thought that was coming sooner. I was surprised about that. Bottom line for me, she might be the most polished politician in the race. The trouble is this primary is taking place in a party that doesn't love polished politicians right now. She does, when she's winding up, she gives a lot of politician pablum before she gets into the substance of it, and people aren't into it right now since Donald Trump came onto the scene.
Well, Alyssa, you worked in the Trump White House, and what is your sense of how she did?
She came to the table incredibly politically astute, prepared, and substantive on policy. My fear is that's not necessarily what Republican primary voters want right now. She was incredibly effective when she was going into entitlement spending things. She sounded like a candidate, frankly, from 8 to 10 years ago when we were fiscal conservatives, when we did stand with our allies abroad. But she articulated it better than most. And I think her case that she made effectively and needs to continue to make is, on day one, I have the experience both as a governor and a former UN ambassador to deal with world issues. When she's talking foreign policy, she could go toe-to-toe with the president of the United States right now. That is her greatest strength. I do think that for somebody who's kind of running on the I'm the compassionate conservative in the race, which I think is deeply, deeply needed, she's got to have, I think, a more filled out position on the trans issue. And I say that because the trans community is a minority within a minority. I know that it is very animating to talk about these issues in a Republican primary, but be that unifier that you were after the Mother Emanuel shooter and sit down with trans activists, trans youth, mental health experts, female athletes who felt like they've been disadvantaged, and try to come up with a solution that actually addresses all parties involved. That would be my advice.
David, I mean, you've listened to her. Of course, the big question is how she would handle Trump, how she would handle DeSantis. She wasn't referencing them by name when she was talking about their positions on Ukraine, on Kim Jong-un. She was critical of Trump, praising Kim Jong-un in recent days. Of course, Trump met with Kim Jong-un while she was in his administration. What was your sense of how she handled the top two rivals that she has right now?
Well, she did get to it late on the issue of Social Security and Medicare. She actually went after them by name. She clearly went after DeSantis on Disney. That was something she clearly was planning to do. And it may be that this early, I mean, I think it's later than people think, but this early she may feel like this is as far as she needs to go. They'll be on a debate stage, at least most of them, in a couple of months. Listen, this is what I would say. I agree with everyone's analysis. She's a very polished and warm and performer. I mean, I think she did very, very well in many ways tonight. It's interesting to me. What I came to understand is oftentimes when she says, "Let's be honest," that's a prelude to a question she's not going to answer. Okay, so let's be honest about abortion. We've got to find consensus. So where are you on that law in your state that your successor signed? Would you have? Well, I'm not going to answer that. I'm going to, say something frankly untrue about Biden's position. And the same was true on the retirement age. She took the big swing at the retirement issue. So where should the retirement age be? I'm not going to tell you. I'm an accountant. I got to look at the numbers. So. What I see is what I thought, which is going in, which is she has the talent to be very effective on the stump, but she tries to slice the salami too thin sometimes. And in presidential politics, ultimately that catches up with you.
And you can tell what her path is to what she perceives as the nomination. It is right through Ron DeSantis. She had many times this evening, Jake asked specifically questions about Donald Trump.
Huh, okay, fine. All right, well, let's kind of read their breakdown of what was going on. Live updates. So you can reinstate the original Title 42 and defund sanctuary cities as part of a plan to fix the U.S. immigration system. Good. Jeff Cortez co-chair of the the Story County, Iowa cop asked Haley what her comprehensive plan is to fix the border, acknowledging it's a very complex issue. Haley referenced her recent visit to the border, saying, "I went to 400 miles of the border. They're not ready for what I saw." Haley said the Biden is not letting U.S. Border Patrol do its job, allowing too many people in the country along the illegal drugs that lead to overdose. Haley said if elected, she would institute a national E-Verify program for covering workers' immigration status, reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy for migrants awaiting immigration proceedings, and cut off undocumented immigrants from entitled programs. Good. She also vowed to reintroduce the provisions of Title 42 and to fund secure cities. Good. We have to go realize we are losing Americans by the day. We got to stop whether it's the fentanyl coming across, whether it's illegal immigrants and coming across. We have to get close. We have got to close the border. More on Title 42, despite warning of potential crush of migrants that sent thousands of federal personnel to the southern border out of U.S. cities scrambling to prepare the day after the expiration of Title 42 last month saw a much narrower influx of migrants than expected. She opposes red flag laws. Good. She doesn't trust the government with red flag laws, and you shouldn't. What idiot would do that? I have no idea. Let's see. That's not in contrast to former Donald Trump Republican candidate Nikki Haley made a clearer case for continued American involvement in the war in Ukraine. Arguing the victory for Russia would set off an even more deadly global crisis. I think it's possible that is true. But I really don't know 100% sure. It's bigger than Ukraine. It's a war about freedom. It's one we have to win. Haley, don't. If you want, you're definitely not getting. What? Little chance had of winning. And then we. Name the nomination. And brought it to non-existent. People won't even be happy with her being VP. Oh! A stupid cat. Don't know what she knocked over, but he knocked something over behind me. So now I gotta make sure that he didn't hurt himself. He knocked my painting over. This painting is pretty. What do you got against the painting, huh? Huh? Haley's comments are really clear. Break from Trump, who appointed her ambassador to the United Nations and is often touted as a good relationship with the Russian Vladimir Putin, a man she labeled a tyrant. Tapper pressed Haley on a free view from Observer. Tapper said Trump refused to say whether he believes Ukraine should win the war or if Putin was a criminal. Tapper noted Florida referred to Russia's invasion of Ukraine as a terrible dispute. I think that a mistake is that I think that is a mistake that too many have made. Which why that's what got Europeans in this position with Russia in the first place, is that they are too trustful. You can't be trustful regime that goes in and tries to take away people's freedoms. What I understand is Ukraine has the ability to win, but we have to think bigger than that. So, as you can see, let's go back in history. For far too long, Republican and Democrat presidents thought if they were nice to China, China would want to be like us. It's narcissistic. China does not want to be like us, but they want to be like, but they want to be like, we have to change the way we treat them. What? But they want us, that's supposed to be, they want us to be like China? Communist China? Haley went on to accuse China of stealing U.S. information to build up their military. The former President Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis not being honest with the American people, as both GOP24 candidates pledged not to cut Social Security or Medicare benefits for Americans. It was a rare attack by name on the former president from Haley, who has largely overtly avoided criticizing Trump as she campaigns against her former boss at the GOP 2024 nomination. We can't keep kicking this can down the road. We, the Trump and DeSantis, have both said we're not going to deal with entitlement reform. Well, all you're doing is leaving it for the next president, and that's leaving a lot of Americans in trouble. It's important to be honest with the American people. We are in this situation. Don't lie to them and say, oh, we don't have to deal with entitlement. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. It's the reality. I'm always going to tell the truth. Is it going to hurt? Yes, but for our kids, they know that they're not going to get it anyway. She wants to change the retirement age. Americans currently in their 20s. And limiting Social Security Medicare benefits for wealthier Americans. DeSantis also expressed support for privatizing Medicare and Social Security during his first campaign for Congress in 2012. Huh. So she feels like he's wasting taxpayer dollars over a personal feud with Disney. Haley held out Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, for which she characterized as wasting time and money on a personal vendetta against Disney. Answering a question during Sunday's down hall, Haley said that DeSantis wanted a cozy relationship with Disney, but because they went and criticized him, now he's going to spend taxpayer dollars on a lawsuit. It's just like all this Vendetta stuff. We've been down that road again. We can't go down that. I can tell the former South Carolina said DeSantis should not bring taxpayers into his personal issues. Pick up the phone, deal with it, settle it the way you should. So, well, I mean, to me, it's more than there's more going on with it to me than just a personal dispute. But maybe that's just me. I'm just trying to decide whether or not I want to play more Hogwarts. I'm going to remove Maverick from the stream because he's hiding elsewhere. He's no longer. He's not under there, and he's not doing whatever. So I like her ideas for the E-Verify program, the Made in Mexico policy, defund sanctuary cities. You know, things of that nature. But there's people that like the way that DeSantis just really seems to be challenging Disney on their woke policies, and there's people that really like the idea of us just staying out of the Ukraine debate, and as long as she's saying we gotta defend, this is about freedom and we've got to defend it, why are we entitled to defend Ukraine's freedom? Is what, a lot of people feel like. I tend to have mixed emotions about it. But got some news here about that plane crash. Washington, D.C. area explosion sound causing.
Similasan.
There we go. A lot of explosion, blah, blah, blah. In order to catch up with the plane, the jets were authorized to fly at supersonic speeds, and the sonic boom came from the two F-16 jets out of Andrews. The civilian plane was intercepted at 3:20 p.m., and fighter pilots reported that the pilot of the Cessna was unresponsive. NORAD also said they continued to try to establish contact with the Cessna pilot up until the plane crashed near the George Washington National Forest in Virginia. NORAD also said that people on the ground may have seen planes. May have seen flares used trying to intercept the plane. The flares, NORAD said, burned out quickly and completely, so there was no danger to people on the ground. According to the Federal Aviation Administration, a Cessna Citation that took off from Elizabeth, Tennessee, bound for Islip, New York, crashed in the sparsely populated town of Montebello, Virginia. Around 3 p.m., there were 4 people on board. The Associated Press reported that the Cessna was registered Encore Motors of Melbourne, Inc. John Rumpel, who runs the company, told the New York Times his daughter, 2-year-old granddaughter, and a nanny and the pilot were on the plane. Oh my God. That poor man. His daughter, 2-year-old granddaughter, her nanny, and pilot were on the plane. Oh, that poor man. They were returning to their home in East Hampton, New York, after visiting him in North Carolina. Oh, God. That poor man. That really sucks for him. That the people that were on that plane was his daughter, 2-year-old granddaughter. That sucks. That just sucks. That's depressing. Let's do something less. Let's talk about something less depressing. Here is something I haven't been able to figure out in Hogwarts yet.
Meep, what I'm asking you to do is dangerous. I need your help hiding my family.
Avada Kedavra, aka the Killing Curse, is the most powerful and unforgivable dark magic spell in the Harry Potter universe. And in this video, I'm going to show you exactly what you need to do to unlock it in Hogwarts Legacy. Now, I will say straight off the bat that Avada Kedavra will not be available until very late in the main story. As with all 3 unforgivable curses in the game, you need to complete Sebastian Sallow's questline in order to unlock them. Sebastian's quests are pretty hard to miss, since he will contact you via OWL at various points in the game to help research a potential cure for a curse placed on his sister Anne. The specific quest where you have the opportunity to learn Avada Kedavra is called In the Shadow of the Relic. For me, this quest unlocked just before I completed the final Keeper's Trial, so again, very late in the main story. Here's what you'll need to do to unlock it. After finishing the final boss fight of the quest, you'll chase Sebastian to the entrance of the catacombs. During the conversation, you'll need to choose the following dialogue options in order for Sebastian to teach you Avada Kedavra.
I had to use the Killing Curse. You know I did. If I hadn't known how to cast it...
He did attack us. You had no choice. It was brave, Sebastian. You clearly care more about Anne than your uncle ever did.
I knew you'd understand. I did do the right thing.
You did. I would have done the same, if I knew how.
I could teach you.
No time like the present.
The Killing Curse won't be easy to master. As with all unforgivables, you have to mean it.
Hold your wand steady. Focus. The incantation is Avada Kedavra. Your intention must be clear.
And there you have it. You've just learned the final unforgivable curse in Hogwarts Legacy. Avada Kedavra will instantly kill your opponents, just as it does in the books and movies, so obviously it's incredibly overpowered. Unfortunately, you won't be able to use it against other students in the Crossed Wands duels. But hey, it is what it is. Anyhow, have fun.
Avada Kedavra!
Until next time, this has been Big Dan. I should go.
Go.
I've finished the main storyline of Hogwarts Legacy and played over 40 hours so far, so I'm going to share some of the things that I wish I'd known sooner before playing the game, so you can hopefully have a more enjoyable experience with it and a little less
There's probably
head
some things I
scratching.
should
I
have
also
known
won't be giving away any main storyline spoilers here, so you're all gravy
before
there.
I
My
started
thanks go
playing.
to Warner Brothers and Avalanche Software for slinging me across a review code so I could get these tips and tricks out to you swiftly. And let's go over world restrictions first, because it'll be tempting as soon as you jump into the game to go and explore every nook and cranny in this world, but alas, you can't, because until you complete the quest where you reach Hogsmeade, which is around 3 to 5 hours, you won't be able to go gallivanting outside the Hogwarts grounds. And the same thing goes for the Room of Requirement, as that won't become available until you complete the introduction quest with Professor Weasley, which is an additional couple hours on top of the Hogsmeade one, which is also approximately around the time you will unlock the talents menu at level 5, which allows you to improve your spell capabilities. Now, the reason I mention all of this first and foremost is because I recommend not trying to explore or go open world hunting this early on in the game, as many important in-game mechanics will be restricted, which also means a lot of areas and quests are as well. So I would suggest you focus on the initial storyline right out of the gate and enjoy that until all of these other options become available to you. And the same can be said about flying, because I spent way too much time running around trying to activate side quests outside Hogwarts in the hope that the quest for flying would then appear. But in fact, this becomes available after the main storyline quest called the Jackdaw, where you will help a ghost under the castle. And once you've completed this, Professor Kagawa will invite you to partake in flying class, which is then when you'll be able to go soaring around the Scottish Highlands. And speaking of which, this isn't something I noticed until late game, and that's while flying around, you may come across these circular platforms in fairly uneventful or inconspicuous positions dotted around the landscape, which are also not noted on your map, by the way. And these are called landing platforms. And when you do land on one with your broom, you can trigger it to function by lighting the fire blazes around it with a fire spell, or if you just stand on it for several seconds, it'll then start to rotate, which means you've unlocked it. And even though Quidditch isn't in the game, by finding and activating these flying platforms, you'll unlock a full set of the Quidditch captain's uniform in the challenge menu under the exploration tab, which is pretty cool. And a quick one to you Digital Deluxe owners, you won't be able to get your Onyx Hippogriff mount or Thestral mount until you complete Nat Si's optional quest storyline. So if you want that sooner rather than later, prioritize and focus on her side quest when it pops up in your quest log to unlock it. And speaking of unlocking, you're going to come.
Do you sleep too hot or too cold? Use the right bedding to
come across a lot of these confusing doors sporadically placed around the Hogwarts castle that have several triangular and numerical illustrations on them. This is, of course, a puzzle where you need to rotate the 2 question mark turners that are usually located on the walls next to each arithmancy door. And if you turn each question mark to the correct image, the door will subsequently open. The thing is, though, you can't guess each turner, as that will just take you ages. You need a cheat sheet to decode it. And lucky for us, we have one which is hidden outside the arithmancy classroom, which you can get by fast traveling to the library annex Floo powder station and then following this route I'm taking now until you reach the chalkboard.
But they're kind of
the
pointless. I mean, you go in there and there really isn't
now,
anything.
You'll want to take a picture of this on your phone for quick access. And
Yeah,
all you need to do
found that
is
out.
add up the 3
Take a
numbers
picture.
in the triangle to match the number in the middle of the triangle, with each beast corresponding or equaling a specific number. You also need to make sure you turn the correct question markers on the walls, and then you'll be inside. And it looks and sounds more complicated than it is, as I spent about 30 hours trying to figure it all out. But it was because we didn't have this cheat sheet that Nika found, so all credit goes to her. Now, as for rewards inside, you will pick up your standard loot, cosmetics, and galleons, but I'm yet to unlock them all, so perhaps there is a bigger reward waiting for us somewhere in this game. But speaking of secrets, I'm going to run you through some solid tips and tricks that help me in the Room of Requirement when you do eventually get around to unlocking it. And that's firstly saving all of your galleons or gold that you earn in game to purchase the 3-slot medium pot planting table and the 2-slot large pot planting table from Tombs and Scrolls in the shop in Hogsmeade. Now, this will set you back 6,000 galleons or gold, which is a significant amount of money early on in the game, but it will turn out to be a cost-effective purchase in the long run, as all types of plants can grow in these 2 tables, and they allow you to grow the maximum capacity available to you in game. You can also conjure several of them to work simultaneously, so there isn't any need to purchase the small pot tables, as you can grow small plants in medium and large pots, so it's a kind of waste of money and quite restrictive to do that. But the thing is, though, conjuring all of these tables will cost you a lot of moonstone, which is the resources you collect around the Scottish Highlands to then spend to conjure a variety of different items in your room of requirement. Now, I like to start things with a bit of a blank canvas, really, and that's what I did here by running around spamming the Evanesco spell at the already preloaded or established items in the room, which then subsequently vanishes those very same items and returns moonstone currency to you free of charge to then spend on whatever you would prefer. Now, all you need to do to learn this spell is a quick follow-up quest with Professor Weasley after unlocking the room. So if it pops up, make sure you do it fast for free moonstone. Now, if you've learned anything new so far, and if you're enjoying the video so far, please do leave a very swift like down below, as it really helps me out on YouTube. So thank you very much. And while you're down there, do consider subscribing if you're new here. I've got lots more Hogwarts Legacy videos just like this coming your way as quickly as I
It's 10 o'clock. I say let's do some more Hogwarts. My cat is looking like he just wants to die because I am not playing with him. Let's get his camera back in place. I hate it when it turns out that I was accidentally muted.
Hello, Lucan. I'm ready for practice.
Glad you're keeping at it. Shall I fetch the dummy?
That'd be brilliant.
Wonderful. I'll set things up. Remember to cast all the spell combinations before the dummy lands again. If you need to stop practicing before you finish all of them, let me know.
Shit. Okay. Just was not fast enough. Let me try something here. Hey. Ah, shit. So... Oh, I accidentally skipped it. Okay. That's fine. Oops. Ah, shit. I went too fast. 1, 2, 3. Oh, come on. I don't understand. I tried to do it. What the fuck? Why is it telling me that I'm not doing it fast enough? I don't understand. I guess you have to position it quicker enough that he's not on the ground, I guess is the thing. Stupid. Ah, fuck. I gotta plan this differently. So right now we know that you're going to have to okay. Alright. Oh, come on. Oh, no! Fuck! That's not what I was trying to do! 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ugh! Goodness.
Impressive wand work. I'd hate to face you in a duel.
Could have done it without you.
Thanks, Lucan. You've been a great help.
Oh, stop. Don't make me blush. Seriously, well done. Any dummies will think twice before challenging you again. Even though you won the tournament already, I'm glad to see you haven't stopped training. Stay sharp, my friend.
Alright, let's make sure that I don't have any you have talents. What about don't know which ones it is that you have to complete. Okay, let's take a look at talents here. What? At least that's what I was trying to do. Grr. Hmm. I don't really care about those. He struggles to fire being stunned for a longer period of time. Oh goodness. Which one from was any advice I feel?
Accio. Levioso.
I've been in there once already, but still.
Revelio.
Although students like to think this window somehow distributes the house runner is actually a serpentine beast curled around a tree that extends from the mouth of the legendary Green Man.
Revelio.
I get so relieved to finally have an answer as to why that portrait was empty.
Depulso. Accio. Confringo. Revelio.
No, if there's anything in there. Oh, I think I know what that is.
Revelio. Still up for that broom contest?
Of course. I'm just surprised you returned. Where was your courage hiding? A vanishing cabinet?
Let's see what you've got. Actually, why not? I can beat your record.
I'm so looking forward to seeing you lose.
See if I can get the hang of it this time.
This is rather fun.
Ah! I know. I'm trying, dude. Ah! Damn it! Why can't I go fucking straight? That's what I've been hating about this whole damn thing, is trying to get them to fly straight. It seems like I have to lower myself at all, and I end up not being aligned. And I'm gonna lose. Because as far as I could tell, I was not lined up straight. I did it? I did it? No. We've lost. Because I can't get down where I need to be. Damn it! I want to just... I want to start over, and it doesn't give me the fucking option to start the race the fuck over. I've lost. I haven't beat her damn time. Why am I still trying? Oh my god. This is infuriating. See, I tried to go down, and instead of going down, I turned the fuck around. That's not what I wanted to do. I wasn't wanting... Oh my god. This thing is so infuriating. But not only that, let me in the... I've lost. Let me just end and start completely the fuck over. I don't understand why this game does this. I don't understand. I don't understand. Why does it make me go through the entire damn thing when I know that I've lost? Grr! Fuck yes, just fucking skip it. Jesus, Joseph and Mary.
Glad to see I'm still the reigning champion. But what say you? Want to try again?
Perhaps later. I have other things to do.
I hope one of those other things is practicing your flying.
Jeez. That was a complete fucking waste of time. Not only that, I was 4 minutes over the fucking time. There is no point in me continuing to try to win. Why can't I just... Ugh. It's just infuriating.
Protego!
Oh, wow. Why does it do this? Why? There's something there I want to click on, so let me click on it.
a Merlin trial when I see one. Confringo! 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 I should investigate. Accio. Revelio. Incendio. Confringo. Looks rather dark in there. Never stopped me before. looks like the statue Madame Twiddle mentioned.
Accio!
Why are there so many vases around here?
Confringo!
I suppose I should try to find all the vases.
Confringo!
I think there should only be a few more vases.
Revelio! Confringo! Revelio! Revelio! Confringo!
I'm nearly finished. Only one more vase. That's it.
Meow.
I should tell Madame Twiddle about what happened.
Well, what happened exactly?
Revelio! Incendio! Leviosa! Accio! Take it! Accio! Leviosa! Accio! Deposit! Take it! Incendio! Accio!
bit of dying, are we? You are terribly up. Surely you can see that.
Ah, come on.
Rock won't be stopped. I should have been. less human to worry about. Little moon calf. Enjoy suffering, do you? Why to drag this out longer than necessary? Up for a bit of dying, are we? Pity. Not quite. I won't bet. You're like a plum bumble beneath my feet. Cut you from shoes to shadow.
X. Where's the X? That was fun. So I think I might have won something. I don't know. I think that's it. Let's go back to the map. Come on. Just come, Mary.
intriguing.
Confringo!
Mrs. Twiddle, your husband was right. The statue was part of a puzzle.
Oh, really? How exciting!
Yes, I had to destroy a number of large vases, and that seemed to activate some sort of charm on the statue.
Well done. Oh, I miss having someone like you around with a thirst for knowledge and a quick mind. Well, my curiosity has been satisfied. Thank you for that. Who knows what I'll encounter on my next constitutional? Oh, my husband would be so pleased to know he was right about that statue.
Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
Pardon me, sir.
Come to stare at the fool, have you?
Huh?
Big Haggerty, robbed by his own sister. She's robbed almost everyone now. So, who's the fool?
I'm not sure I know what you're talking about.
You're the only one who doesn't know about Catherine running off with that thief, Victor Rookwood and his lot. Good riddance, I said. Never thought she'd return to steal from me. Us. But I just know it was her. I want her caught and sent to Azkaban for stealing a prized family heirloom. Sister or no.
Are you sure Catherine is the culprit? It could be anyone.
Thanks to that Rookwood lad, we're inundated with all manner of criminal. I wanted to believe it was any one of them except Catherine. But she was the only one who knew where the heirloom was hidden. And she knew precisely which holes to rob.
Why would Catherine come back to rob the hamlet if she'd already left?
Do I look like a criminal to you? How should I know? She always despised this place, resented having to grow up here. Perhaps she did it to spite us.
What exactly was the family heirloom that the thief stole?
A necklace. Belonged to the first of the Haggerty women. Hundreds of years old. So much history. She'll likely pawn it.
I could keep an eye out for the thief, sir.
You? Nothing will be done by the likes of us. This is a job for the fine officer Singer, or some such authority. Besides, the thief, my sister, only strikes at night. Coward. Long past your bedtime.
What do you have for sale?
What can I help you with today? you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Glad you were able to stop. I'll keep an eye on your belongings if I were you. Platoon will steal the eyebrows off your face, she will.
I ought to look into this thievery business for Mr. Haggerty once night falls. A pile of gold. I must be on the right track. It looks as if the thief took more than they could carry. Revelio. More gold. I must be getting closer. Revelio.
Someone's here. This is
You've one less follower, Ranrock. Revelio.
Revelio. Revelio. Revelio. Revelio. I know what that means. Merlin trial. Glacius. Confringo. Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Nicola, it wasn't Catherine Haggerty after all. Revelio.
So, where is this creature?
Revelio. Revelio.
Turn! Walk! Ish.
Revelio. I wonder how Mr. Haggerty will take this news. His sister wasn't the thief and his heirlooms coming home.
off scurrying from the place. Must have snapped him after I've had a sleep.
I have some good news, Mr. Haggerty. I unmasked your thief.
Nothing to unmask, was there? We all know that the thief was my sister, Catherine.
Actually, sir, the thief was a niffler.
A what?
You know, small, furry, pilfering. I followed it to its lair.
Catelyn was the only one who knew how to get into our homes, where to find our treasures. But I suppose, mangy little blighter. Well, if you found the niffler's lair, as you say, you must have found my heirloom.
As a matter of fact, I did.
Thank you. You don't know how much this means to me. Catherine's a disappointment for certain, but I never wanted to believe she was behind this. Now, thanks to you, I won't have to.
I have
What a strange world we live in. Suppose they can't send a niffler to Azkaban. At least I got my heirloom back.
Hello. Nice to see you again.
You as well. What can I help you with?
Oh.
I hear there's a goblin mine near here. Have you ever seen it?
I've been near it, but never in it. I could like to find some valuable beast products, but it's not worth the risk. Ranrock's loyalists are not ones to be messed with.
What sort of products do you sell?
I sell all manner of beast products. I always found beasts interesting, and there's quite a market for them. Fancied I could make a profession out of it.
What do you have for sale?
What can I help you with today? they would have stuck by.
Let's do this for now, I guess. Ah.
Revelio.
There's a. You had just seen it, and now it's gone. What the what?
Revelio.
Oh dear. Okay. What the fuck? Stop doing this. There are two things there, and I want to see them fucking both. Stop. Stop making that difficult. I'm trying. I keep trying to zoom in, pressing the wrong thing. Oh my god.
pleasant enough little place. Revelio.
Well, if your clock ran dry some 400 years ago during a great drought, sadly, many perished as a result, including at least one young boy whose father refused to speak for years thereafter. Legend said all was saved with a group of benevolent witches and wizards using every forcing powerful magic to restore water to the region. I really hate the controls sometimes because for some reason my brain wants to press the opposite of whatever controls they want me to push. Like particularly when it comes to zooming in and out. See, it doesn't even seem like it was working right. It was actually easier to use my keyboard.
Is the new reversal hex really
Revelio.
Practice dummies. Residents of field class sometimes use these to practice their spellcasting, especially in light of recent goblin attacks.
Revelio.
Those clothes might be better than the ones I currently have. No. Well, let's I had upgraded those, but I hadn't had any plates tried to them.
Revelio. What do we have here? Demiguise. A little more. Mine now, Demiguise. Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
Let's see something here. I heard something. I think it's either in the kitchen. I'm trying to figure out what the cat's getting into. What are you doing? May have to take a shower tonight instead of waiting until the morning. But I kind of want to get this finished here. This trial.
How nice of you to stop.
You can't stop Red Rock's rebellion.
Ooh.
This will not go well for you.
I bet it will. Ha ha ha.
Up there. That's our way in.
Boy. It's one of these things that I'm like, do I want to deal with this time of night? I know it's wanting me to somehow or another use that to get in. But the problem is what exactly is it wanting me to do with it? That's what Maybe I just need to move it there. Yay! Uh-oh.
If I'd no more plans to dig up half the country. I wouldn't have to dig if you could simply manage to bring me the child.
Child?
Need the child if you hadn't sent a dragon to retrieve the container I spent months and countless ministry favors tracking.
Ooh.
You let them board the carriage. My options were limited once I knew it would be inconveniently beyond my reach back further school.
Have you not acquired enough power here? I allowed you to turn under my family home.
Allowed me?
Ooh.
Only because you are the secret keeper and may at some point inadvertently become valuable. We had an agreement. I will share with you the power that I discovered if you locate the stores of magic that are yet to be found. So, unless you want another demonstration of my power, a power that you one day hope to wield,
Bring me the child.
We already knew they were after you, but now we know they're digging for spores of magic.
And Ranrock knows about the keepers.
Yes, I caught that too. Professor Hogwarts said that we'd understand more once you complete the next trial.
Let's get into that castle.
Any special word you want me to pass on to your mum?
Don't have time for this!
Bonzo!
How delightful!
No more happy days for you. What are your thoughts on
Time for some stews.
Revelio. 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 Repulso. Accio. Glacius. Incendio. Confringo. Revelio. Revelio.
What? Okay.
I suppose that's the quick way down.
Revelio.
Is there something to those symbols on the walls?
I'm going.
I've seen symbols like these before. I need to find all of them, then class at them quickly in succession. Incendio. Confringo.
Oh, brother. So they're not going to make it easy to get it. Okay, got it. I understand. Not really, but whatever. See, why? Ugh. Don't tell me I have to do every damn one of these in succession, and then make trying to hit it an absolute nightmare. Holy fuck, are you serious? Oh, gosh. You cannot get it. You can't.
Confringo.
We've really reached the really annoying, stupid things that should not be hard, but the game is going to make hard. Because, that's just, something's got to be hard. So this is going to be the thing that's going to be hard that shouldn't be hard. Got it. I don't know what's happening. Maybe I was able to get it after all? I don't know. All I know is I'm going into the cellar. That's all I know.
Revelio.
Goblin tracks. They're a step ahead of us. Let's see where they lead. This must be it. The store of magic and the source of Ranrock's power.
It looks empty. If they've taken all of it, why are they still here?
Ranrock said there's more to be found. And if he's right about that, it may or may not be located. Wherever it is, we need to find it before they do. Where is that portrait?
Confringo. Revelio.
I heard something. I was hoping that was you.
Professor Rookwood, the goblins and dark wizards who've overrun your castle are digging for stores of magic and have broken open some sort of container.
No. Things are more dire than I could have imagined. If, as you told Percival, a goblin in his vault was wielding a powerful magic, then they have somehow learned. It cannot be.
And sir, they know you were a keeper. Ranrock used the term.
This makes no sense. How did... We shall discuss this later. Right now, you must complete the next trial.
Sir, surely I've proven myself. In light of what's happened, perhaps you should tell me everything now.
The power you stand to wield must first be fully understood. The trials will ensure that. Power without knowledge is dangerous indeed. In the wrong hands, we will simply have to outwit Ranrock and my unfortunate namesake.
Very well, Professor. Tell me where I need to go.
I shall reveal the path. Professor Fig must leave you now.
Funday!
Revelio. Revelio.
am I supposed to do?
Confringo. Defendo. Incendio. Confringo.
Oh, see, I didn't see that the first time.
I would join you if I could. I shall await your arrival in the map chamber.
Okay, here we go. Let's see how hard this ends up being.
Revelio.
Uh,
Confringo. Spelliarmus.
okay.
Confringo.
I'm not really. Okay. I'm confused.
Revelio. Confringo.
So, I mean, now that we're here, what? Oh, okay. What just happened?
I need to reposition that pillar to climb out of here. Perhaps the archway is the answer. Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Repulsor.
No, I was talking about that archway.
Wingardium Leviosa. Repulsor. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa.
I don't understand. What are you fucking asking me to do? I don't understand.
Accio, Wingardium Leviosa. Repulsor.
Nope. I just... See, that to me is an archway. What on earth was I supposed to do with it?
Repulsor. Accio, Wingardium Leviosa.
I don't understand! Honestly, I don't appreciate the fact that it has to take me forever to figure it out. I don't.
Repulsor. Accio, Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio.
This is just the points where I hate being
Accio, Wingardium Leviosa.
a colossal idiot.
Accio,
Because
Wingardium Leviosa.
basically that's what the problem is. I'm not smart enough to understand what this thing is asking me to do. It's wanting me to climb out of there. Where on God's green earth am I supposed to be putting that thing in order to climb?
Accio, Wingardium Leviosa. Accio, Wingardium Leviosa.
See, now I can't. I can't even move it or anything. It's just. This is so infuriating.
Wingardium Leviosa. Depulso. Accio.
Okay.
Accio, Wingardium Leviosa. Accio, Wingardium Leviosa. Leviosa.
Okay. That's it, huh? Sorcerer's hat. Okay.
Perhaps I can only move objects while I'm on the other side of the archway. Pulsar. Accio. I need to reposition the pillar whilst on one side of the archway, so that I can climb it on the other side of the archway.
You see? I think I'm confused. I think I'm confused about what is written. I think I'm confused about what he expects in community. Like, a man snapped his fingers, or a man snapped his fingers, or I should just come running? I should come running no matter what I'm doing?
Accio.
That I can just demand whatever I want. I want. Also, don't want it. I also don't want. Also, don't want a man because this is the attitude there. I don't. Also, I don't want a man. I'm 42 years old and I've been just fine with that one. I do just fine. I mean, I guess if you're willing to have me see, I don't know. I'm out. I'm out. You all sort it out. You all sort it out. I don't know. I'm out. You all sort it out. I developed that attitude once I realized that, I never even they pretty much it for one reason. I'm never going to I'm gonna have to save the game here, and I'm gonna have to watch a video about this particular trial and figure out what somebody did to solve it because I'm missing something somewhere. I'm worried that somehow I missed a step. I just don't know. And not only that, but I think I'm gonna need to take a shower here before I go to bed. It's just like a big fucking and honestly, I think those are All right, everybody.